Give just maybe a thumbs up from somebody in the boardroom if you can hear Edward's audio. Edward, if you'll give him a little test.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can hear you all clearly, Mr. Wiggins. We can hear you.
We'll have to try again momentarily, Ed. I didn't see any response.
Wesley, this is Shan. How are you this morning?
Hey, Shan, I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm well. We can hear you and Mr. Wiggins well.
Oh, thank you, Shan.
Okay. Good deal. Thank you.
Shan, I did notice there's looks like a Fire tablet logged on. Do we know who that Fire tablet belongs to?
This is Amanda Penn.
Amanda Penn. Okay, Miss Penn. Miss Penn, my name is Wesley Mutziger. I'm an attorney for the board. We are currently being recorded live. However, I would tell you that you can give my cell phone, my business cell phone, a call. I'm going to give you a number. You let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
601-213-7513. And so if you will, please mute your tablet so that our conversation is not broadcast. And I will speak with you momentarily.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sandra Culpepper, LPN, and I will be chairing today. With that being said, the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board with one person serving as alternate, but who will not participate in either deliberations or decisions concerning the case. At this time, I will introduce the board members participating today. To my left is Ms. Go ahead.
Ms. Norris Johnson.
And then by Zoom is TJ
Good morning.
Adams and Ms. Laura Moore are in.
Morning.
And then at this time, Mr. Edward Wiggins, he is the attorney from the AG's office. Do you want to introduce yourself, Mr. Wiggins, and proceed?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ed Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer for this morning. We will hopefully try to get through this without any issues with our technical team. If you would, someone lead us in a prayer, please.
So would you please do that for us, Mr. Cummins?
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for a new day. We thank you for all the blessings of life. We pray that you give us good decisions and good clarity today. And just go with us as we lead. We ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, thank you very much. This morning, we will proceed as follows. Each party will have an opportunity to present opening statements. There are witnesses for the parties. There will be examination as well as an opportunity for the opposing party to cross-examine those witnesses. There will be questions that possibly come from the board panel as well as myself. The board will analyze these proceedings looking at the facts presented as well as conclusions of law. I would like to remind everyone that these hearings are open to the public. This time I do see that there is a quorum present. Council, are there any preliminary matters regarding this matter?
Yes, there are. My name is Brett Thompson-May. I represent the Board of Nursing this morning in this matter. Mr. Wiggins and panel members, we do have exhibits that need to be admitted as well as witnesses to be sworn in. The witnesses today certainly will be Miss Mary Clark. She is the petitioner for today's hearing. My understanding is that Miss Clark does not have any further witnesses, nor does the state. So Miss Clark would need to be sworn in.
I'll ask that the witness be sworn in at this time.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And then finally, we do have exhibits that need to be tendered. So at this time, the state would make a motion that exhibits B1 through exhibits B7, and you will note that B7 is the binder exhibit of the application of restoration of Ms. Clark. The state now moves that those exhibits be admitted into the record.
Ms. Clark, do you have any objection to those exhibits being admitted?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted.
Nothing further preliminarily, Mr. Wiggins.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, are you represented by an attorney?
No, sir, I'm not.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony this morning that you voluntarily and freely wish to proceed with the hearing this morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to present witnesses?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses presented by the state?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Ms. Clark. Since this is a matter of restoration, we will move forward with any opening statements. Ms. Clark, you may proceed.
Okay. Good morning.
I would like to thank you for giving me your time and the opportunity to be here today. My name is Kristen. I'm a single mother of 2 boys, 11 and 17. I became a nurse in 2007 with a genuine desire to care for people. This has not changed. For the last 17 months, I have done my due diligence in making every effort to ensure the correction of my past mistakes, taking time to reflect and learn from them, accepting responsibility, and understanding the severity and the consequences of my actions. After my revocation, my children and I relocated to another town with a strong Christian recovery community. We became active members in Williamsville Baptist Church under the leadership of Jeremy Tillman, where we attend regularly. I attend 3 different types of self-help recovery meetings a week. I begin intensive outpatient rehabilitation 2 times a week to aid in relapse prevention and processing of unresolved trauma. I have attained a management position with Tractor Supply. In my time with this company, I've conducted myself in a professional manner as well as becoming a guide and a positive mentor to other employees. I now maintain a healthy lifestyle, not only mentally, but physically as well. Moving forward, I'm prepared to continue my career in the medical field as well as furthering my education. I'll answer any questions open and honestly to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Counsel, you may proceed.
Okay, this matter today does involve Ms. Mary Clark. She is the petitioner today, asking this board panel to consider restoring her RN license. Ms. Clark had originally had a hearing before this board April 25th, 2019. On August 15th, 2019, an order was issued revoking Ms. Clark's license, and that revocation stemmed from her refusal of a drug screen and there being some reasonable suspicion of taking substances that had not been prescribed, specifically Klonopin. Ms. Clark today carries the burden of why this panel should consider restoring her license. The state would ask that it heed to our rules of procedure, specifically Rule 1.12, when applicants ask this panel to restore licensure, that the panel consider the evidence and testimony brought about by a petitioner, and that would include competency to practice nursing, her ability to safely practice nursing, and any rehabilitative efforts that have been made to show truly that Ms. Clark is deserving, or the petitioner is deserving, to have that license considered being restored. So with that, the state would conclude its opening remarks and allow Ms. Clark to present her case in chief.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may proceed with your case.
Oh my. Today I'm here asking that I do get my nursing license back, because I understand I messed up. I made a very bad decision on my behalf. Taking medication that wasn't prescribed to me. Could have been handled differently. But I have everything that was required, even after I was granted my hearing. The meetings and the 3 meetings a week, the outpatient therapy with a counselor to discuss my problems. I feel like I would be an asset back to the nursing field. Do I need to go over what I have in my restoration packet at this point? I'm not sure.
Ms. Clark, whatever you want to present to the board in support of your application, you can do that at this time.
Okay. In my application, you'll find 5 affidavits of trusted. One is from the man that I rent from, that I pay my bills to. He's been with me. He's seen me through the last 17 months of this. It's actually been longer than that, but I didn't start until February of 20, I believe, is when I actually entered into Spectrum. It was January or February, and started the restoration, preparing for the restoration process. So you'll find 5 supporting affidavits from 3 nurses, my boss, whom I've worked with over a year as the assistant manager, stating, what I've done, what I'm currently doing to maintain my lifestyle now, and the reasons that they should think my application should be restored. I was very forthcoming with my boss to let him know the past behind this, the reason for the revocation, as well as all the steps I had taken to ensure that I was able to apply for restoration. So he was, he stood behind me. He actually completed 12 months, a year of employer monthly evaluations, where you'll see that I arrived at work on time every day. I conducted myself in a professional manner. I've worked with, as an assistant manager, I had a team of individuals below me. I led and guided them to accomplish an ultimate sales goal. Also with Spectrum, that I had to sign up, give you random drug screens. You'll see in there that I have turned all of my packing information in for, I believe it's 18 months now worth of negative. Can you hear me, or am I breaking up?
You're breaking up on us.
Yeah, we are having some breaking up.
I'm sorry. I may have to walk outside. Can you hear me better now?
I think that's a little better. You can go ahead.
Okay, I was just going through my packet. The first tab, obviously, is the application for restoration. The second tab is the five affidavits, 3 from nurses, 1 from my employer that I've been with over a year now, 1 from my landlord that I've lived in this house over a year now, stating how, from my landlord, that, how I conduct myself at home, how my children are here with me now. The affidavit from my employer states, or not the affidavit, he filled out a year's worth of evaluations, and they state how I arrived at work on time, conducted myself in a professional manner, was able to work well with others, and manage a team of employees to guide them in the direction I needed to go in for our sales plan. Also, you'll see there's documentation in here, treatment records from where I attend intensive outpatient therapy 2 times a week. Most of the time it's hour sessions, but it's Some are 30-minute sessions, working on relapse prevention as well as unprocessed trauma with possible PTSD. I have my verification forms. The only other state, I held my nursing license in Utah, but that was under the compact. I also had one in California. And apparently, after my license here was revocated, California wrote an order to revocate the license there because of mine here being revocated. The next tab in the binder is going to show you that I do attend the meetings that I attend. I attend Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, Narcotics Anonymous meetings, and Celebrate Recovery 3 to 5 times a week. I have since I started with the Spectrum back in 2020, February of 2020. I still, even after I received my hearing date, I still comply with that. I still go to meetings 3 times a week. The next tab is what I was discussing about the employer monthly evaluation. My boss started it in May when I first moved here, and it's a year's worth of evaluations stating that I'm very dependable, arrive on time, conduct myself professionally in a professional manner. The next tab is going to be my drug screen history with Spectrum. I have 18 negative months of negative, what do they call it? Urine drug screens is what they are. And behind that, that's just a copy of the lab slip. Behind the final order in the very back, you will find a piece of paper from the Justice Network of Mississippi that states that I did complete my misdemeanor probation for 6 months under South Haven Municipal Court. I completed all aspects of it. And the very last page, you will find a letter from my recovery sponsor, recovery leader, that states to my character. And that would be my restoration packet.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Yes, sir.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Clark?
I do. Good morning, Ms. Clark.
Good morning.
Okay, I know you have your application and materials in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you understand as we proceed and we can have your remarks on the record that you do understand that today you do carry the burden to show why
Yes,
the
ma'am.
board panel should consider restoring your license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the rules of procedure, specifically Rule 1.12, as it involves the restoration process. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's begin with your final order. I know that it's in your packet. I believe it is going to be under that last tab, tab 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree with me that when the board deliberated your case, April 25th, 2019, you did not appear at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as a result of the information and exhibits that were tendered in the consideration by the board, your license was revoked as a result of that hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the facts that surrounded that revocation, would you agree with me in paragraph 4 in that final order that it regards an incident while you were working at Meridian Community Living Center in Meridian, Mississippi, and that you were observed to have some unusual behavior, as well as refusing a drug screen and then later admitting to taking a Klonopin without a prescription?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the result of that was a revocation by the board, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you did not at that time, because you did not appear, have the opportunity to explain or give the board for the details regarding that incident. And so now you are here today trying to clear up any questions of certainly the board might have. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the first question I think that the board will want to know is, was there any reason that you did not appear at that hearing?
I was never contacted. The letter was mailed to my father's address, which is the address that I had on file. I didn't change the address. And by the time my dad got the letter to me, I had reached out trying to reschedule the hearing. At that point, it was too late.
Mhm.
Like I said, it was failure of me updating my information, which I intend to do as soon as we had in this Zoom meeting, because I have been communicating with the Board of Nursing through that email. Now that I'm aware, I actually had been calling and speaking with her name is Miss Duncan, because I couldn't get in contact with anyone. And she would just vaguely help me, tell me what I needed to do. And finally, she called me back and she said, they're trying to email you. And I was like, no, what? So I checked an old email that I used years ago, and there it was, so like I said, that's on my part. I should have updated my information, which I plan to keep current from this point forward for reasons such as this.
Okay. And so that being your history with the board, you now come today and offer this information, asking the board to consider restoring your license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's begin with your application and go through the application. There may be a little bit of jumping around here as we proceed, but on the first page, Ms. Clark, of your application, I wanted to make sure that we clarified the first question there, where under Part B, and when it asks, have you ever been convicted of a crime, felony or misdemeanor in any state or country? And you marked yes. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned in earlier testimony regarding a misdemeanor with the South Haven Municipal Court, and I believe you had also supplied evidence of completing 6 months probation found in tab 8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state for the record, what was that misdemeanor that you were convicted of?
It was disorderly conduct.
Okay. And can you provide the panel any facts or circumstances surrounding that?
I had been to a music festival, and standing in the crowd, somebody had groped me, and I turned around and I did hit him. And when the officer walked up, I was they saw me hit him. And so that's when the argument took place, and they took me. That's when they arrested me. Okay.
On this Justice Network of Mississippi form that you submitted, it says the disposed date is August 8, 2018. Is it your testimony that that is the date that you were charged?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you want to clarify that? I'm sorry. I want to make sure that I get that answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you completed everything on February 8, 2019?
I apologize. I kind of had to move all my stuff.
Sure, it's fine. Look under tab 8, the last tab, and it's right after the final order.
Okay. August 8, and it was completed, date out 2/8. Yes, ma'am. 2/8/19.
Okay. Do you have any intention of having that charge expunged?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but nothing has currently been filed, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go back again to the first page of your application. I want to go to Part B, question 9.
Okay.
And it asks, have you received counseling or treatment in connection with the revocation or surrender of your license? And you marked yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you expound upon that answer of yes? What have you done?
Counseling or treatment connected with revocation?
That's
Yes,
right.
ma'am. I go to intensive outpatient therapy for relapse prevention as well as management of unresolved trauma with the possible PTSD.
Okay. And you testified to that with Life Help Mental Services, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So I think the underlying question as we piece all this together, Ms. Clark, if you were revoked in 2019 based on some questionable and reasonable suspicion behavior, and certainly, you know, your testimony that you were having intensive outpatient treatment, I guess the burning question is, do you admit that you have a problem?
A problem with
Substance abuse?
Currently?
Well, ever.
Yes, there was a time in my life.
Okay, because I think given the fact that, again, you did not show for your hearing the facts there, what they were, you're providing information to the board about going through intensive outpatient counseling, which you should be commended for. But again, the board needs to make sure that you have taken the necessary rehabilitative efforts to prove you're safe to practice. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so by that admission, then I will ask you then, what is your sobriety date?
My sobriety date is October 16th. I apologize.
October 16th, what year?
19.
Okay, and what was your drug of choice?
Alcohol.
All right. And when's the last time that you took a drink?
October 16th.
Okay. And do you have a supportive community around you that helps support your recovery?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Who's involved in that? Just generally speaking.
In my recovery group,
in your personal community group. When I say community, I mean those people that have helped you and support you to make sure that you're being held accountable.
There's a number of people that where I live. It's a smaller town, so I talk to everybody in my recovery group every single day. We have a group message. I have had 2 sponsors, which are accountability partners that hold me accountable. My parents are very active, you know, in helping me any way I need it. Do you want names?
No. I think it's just important to note that you do have a strong support system.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. You do have a sponsor. Okay, and you did mention attending some AA meetings. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you attend, and what is that meeting called? Where is it that you attend?
It is the Philadelphia Union AA group.
Okay.
I also attend, there's a Kosciuszko AA group. There's a Celebrate Recovery, which covers all of that. Any hurts, habits, hang-ups, alcohol is included.
Okay. And you have submitted some calendars for the board's review, I believe, in one of your tabs. And so when's the last time that you went to an AA meeting?
The last time I went to an AA meeting, what is today? Thursday. It would be Thursday.
Okay, so today is Thursday. You've already gone today?
No, I go tonight. I have 2 meetings tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, so the last time prior to today?
Would be Thursday. Yes, ma'am.
So last Thursday was the last time you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So are you attending 2 meetings a week now?
3 meetings.
Okay. Okay. So when do you usually attend?
Wednesday night after church, and then 2 on Thursday.
Okay. All right, but your testimony that this week you have not attended an AA meeting yet. It will be tomorrow. I mean, it will be tonight.
Tonight, yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take it a little step further since we're talking about the intensive outpatient treatment that you have undergone or are still doing. In tab, I believe it's tab 2, no, excuse me, tab 3, that has that information. While we are turning to that information, Ms. Clark, are you currently in counseling as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who is your counselor?
Her name, hold on one second.
Or what group is your counselor with?
What do you mean, what group?
Are they with the Life Help? Are they with
Yes,
another?
ma'am.
Okay.
They sure are.
All right, and then that is in addition to the outpatient treatment meetings?
Yes.
Okay, how
Yes,
often do you see that counselor?
I can go once a week for an hour or twice a week for 30 minutes.
Okay, when's the last time you saw the counselor?
It was 2 weeks ago.
Okay,
I
so
just recently had an aunt pass away. It's the reason I didn't.
okay, all right. On this tab with your information, I believe it's tab 3, and bear with me because I have it marked here. I'm trying to give you the exact page number. 1, 2. Page 8. Page 8. And at the bottom, the right-hand corner, it will say page 5 of 5 in that record, Ms. Clark.
Okay,
Let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
All right. Do you see and read with me at the lower right-hand corner, page 5 of 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see in the middle of the page where it says initial diagnostic impression?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just for the record purposes, can you read there where it says diagnosis, what you were diagnosed with in January of 2021?
Generalized anxiety disorder, alcohol use disorder, in sustained remission, moderate and early or sustained remission, presence of 4 to 5 symptoms.
Okay. And above that is recommendations for you to have individual therapy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is your testimony that you've been doing those things since this assessment that took place in January of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you said your sobriety date was October 16, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you didn't start the intensive outpatient with Life Help until January of 2021?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I was late starting it. I wasn't actually aware that it was an option. As soon as I actually found out from somebody in an AA meeting, and as soon as I found out is when I called and set it up.
Okay. I may wait till you kind of get
I'm
settled.
sorry.
No, it's fine. Just let us know if you need a pause. It's hard to follow you.
Okay, I'm sorry. My phone was dying. Okay, I'm settled.
Okay. Okay. All right. I had mentioned in a question about your sobriety date being October 16, 2019, and your initiation of receiving some help with Life Help in January of 2021. That seems to be a long time from the sobriety date until going back. Did you relapse in between 2019 and 2021?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I attended my meetings regularly. I was in church. I had, like I said, we have a very big recovery community here. And being in 3 different types of groups expands it even more, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm listening.
And being also where I moved from, that's where, that's another one of my AA groups. So
Okay.
I stayed very, very close knit with my recovery groups.
So when you give your sobriety date of October 16, 2019, that is a date that was not due to you going into a treatment facility or receiving any help. That is a date because Ms. Clark said, I am not going to drink anymore.
Right. But I was going to make a change. I was going to do different.
Okay. All right. I just want to have that clarification. In tab 3, it does show some progress notes, but I think the main thing was that you had that diagnosis, and your testimony is that you are attending the meetings, you are going to counseling, and should the board allow you to have the opportunity to practice again, is it your testimony that you would continue those rehabilitative efforts with Life Help?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you did provide some a drug screen report with a fee, and I believe that tab is under tab 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You provided 15 screens beginning February of 2020 until April of 2021. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also provided chain of custody forms that match up, demonstrating that indeed those were your specimens that did have that negative result, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your testimony that since April, that if we were to test you today, tomorrow, next week, what would you test?
Negative.
Are you on any medications currently?
None. I take, nope, nothing.
Okay. And that leads me, honestly, and again, I apologize, because we're on this topic, I need to go to your PNP that's outside of your application. It's exhibit B6.
Yes.
And a note that subsequent to the sobriety date that you mentioned of October 16, 2020, you did have a prescription written and filled on June 16, 2020, fairly recently, for gabapentin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you to.
Well, back in, I believe it was 2010. No, not 2010. I was 19 when I had a back injury and I had back surgery. I believe in 11 is when I had back surgery. And about twice a year, my back will catch up and it will just make it, I mean, it's unimaginable pain. You know, I did go see I went and saw her in October as well, but I requested nothing be narcotic. You know, she actually set me up with my back doctor, which the problem resolved. So it had to be muscle, apparently, I'm guessing. But I stopped taking the Neurontin. I haven't taken them in well over a week, you know, outside of when I needed. Just initially with that injury, I probably took them for a week and a half, maybe. And it was only at bedtime when I took them.
You know, and again, Ms. Clark, please understand, now these questions again, because we are trying to understand you and your walk and how you are, because the board, you understand the board needs to make sure you're safe.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I asked you the question earlier about whether or not you were taking any medications, you answered no.
Because I'm not. I
Okay.
had. I apologize. I was not trying to be deceiving in any way.
Okay, but you do have a prescription still in your home of gabapentin, correct?
No, ma'am. I've discarded the prescription.
There are 90 pills.
Yes, ma'am.
And so and again, we're asking just because we're trying to, if you have a legitimate medical necessity for the medication, I think the board panel would consider that. You did not provide any records of that though for today, did you?
I did. No, I do have the legitimate paper documentation. I didn't know I needed to send it in since I'm not taking the medication. Like I said, once the injury was resolved, that is when I stopped taking the medicine because I don't want to take medicine every day. That's how I'm here. You know, that's by not doing that. And if I don't need it, then I don't want to take it. And there is no reason for me to have it. I have a very good working relationship with my nurse practitioner. She understands I'm in recovery. She, like I said, she was going to send me back to Dr. Illersil to let him go ahead and MRI my back, to see if there was an injury.
So again, let me make sure I understand your testimony. You had a back injury that flares up periodically. I believe your testimony was every 2 years.
Twice a year.
Twice a year, pardon me. And that you went and received this gabapentin as a result of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You received 90 pills, and your testimony is that you only took, I didn't get that number.
A week and a half until the injury was resolved.
And
until
then,
it no longer hurt. I didn't need the medication anymore.
And then your testimony is that you discarded it.
Yes, ma'am. As well as the other medicine, any other medicine I have had.
So if I ask you the question again, are you currently taking any medication, prescribed or non-prescribed? How would you answer?
No.
Okay.
I must be misunderstanding because I'm not taking anything. I do have a prescription, a valid prescription for medications, but I'm not currently taking anything.
Okay. All right. Let's now go back to your application, Ms. Clark. Please explain to the board, I think in part C, you have continuing education here blank. Have you done anything since you've lost your license to stay abreast of nursing trends?
Other than read the articles in medical articles, medical magazines, and that's just habit. That's a nurse thing. If you see it, you read up on it. New medications. As far as qualifying CEs online, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
But that's not, if that is a requirement or if I need to do that, I would absolutely have no issue.
Okay. Part D, you list your community service there for the board to review. Would you like to explain that of what you have there?
Can't see my part D. Oh, as far as community service, the recovery meetings that I do attend, the 2 meetings on Thursdays, if you chair the meeting, that's considered community service. So I've stepped up and started chairing the first meeting or the second meeting, sometimes both. So cleaning up afterwards is a way to, community service as well.
Okay. The next page of your application is marked Part E, licensure status. You had stated earlier in your testimony regarding other licenses that you have held. Specifically, I know California was a license. You did mention that license was revoked. You actually have provided that order from the California Board of Nursing in the packet information today for the board's review. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you actually, that order is found in tab 4. It's the tab subsequent to the information from Life Help. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And California took action against your license, revoking it due to the Mississippi hearing and result of revocation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to part F. That's going to be your employment history, Ms. Clark. The last time you worked as a nurse, can you state for the record?
The last time I worked as a nurse would have been in July and August of 2019. Was it 19? Yes.
And I know that you are currently employed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
At Tractor Supply.
Okay. And you've been there how long?
I've been there since I started with another one, but I've been with Tractor Supply since February of 2020.
Okay. You have supplied for the board's review employer evaluations. I believe it's under tab 6. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Should the board again entertain restoring licensure to you, do you have any prospective employment?
No,
As a-
ma'am.
as a nurse?
No, ma'am, I haven't. Yeah, I'm ready to get back nursing. I don't want to, I didn't really know. Of course, I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how it could come out. If I talk to somebody about a job, do I say, okay, I may get them back with restrictions, I may get them back all the way, I didn't even know how to start that process. So that would start after today. Today, that's when I'm going to move forward with it after our hearing.
And should the board again decide to restore your license, Ms. Clark, would you be willing to do anything the board asks you to do, including abstain from any prohibited areas of practice that they may decide that would not be fitting for you to work for a period of time?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. In your application, it also asks that you submit some affidavits, Part H, and I think I skipped Part G. I'll come back to Part G, but Part H asks that you submit affidavits. Is it your testimony that you have submitted the requisite number of affidavits for the board's review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and just going through this, I believe that you have the requisite number as well as the requisite number being nurses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting, Ms. Clark, when I'm looking at paragraph 3 in each of these affidavits.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you with me? I'm just looking at, for example,
I am.
Lori. And in her response, would you agree when it asks, or when it states from the perspective of this affiant, her understanding of how you lost your license was a refusal to take drug screen requested at a prior job, and then failure to appear at court regarding the incident, which resulted in automatic guilt with accusation of substance abuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I believe that understanding, or at least it appeared to me when I was reviewing these affidavits, that each one of these affiants basically said the same thing. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm asking that because did you reveal to them that, yes, you did not show up at the hearing, and yes, there was, a refusal of you to submit to the screen, but did you admit to them at that time that a lot of the reason would be because you had an issue with alcohol?
No, I did not. That
Okay.
wasn't discussed.
Okay. So their reasoning is that you refused a screen and then you didn't show up for a hearing.
Right.
Okay. All right. All right. And then let's go back to Part G, Ms. Clark. Part G is an important area for the board panel to consider in restoration cases, because Part G talks about any rehabilitative activities and focuses on rehabilitative conduct. Because, certainly the panel wants to see nurses thrive. They want nurses competent. They want nurses safe as they take care of our public. And when you, right here, or when you're thinking about this Part G, when you submit this before the panel, how can you convince them? In what ways and what activity or what conduct can you relay to them that can convince them that you are indeed competent and fit and safe to practice nursing again?
So are you wanting me to voice this? Because
Yeah.
I can do it and not read off of the.
That's up to you.
Okay. To convince, I would say, not only when this first happened, I moved. I got away in our meetings. I know this is, going back to that, but they teach you to change people, places, and things. And that's exactly what I did. I moved towns. I moved to a town with a very big recovery community. I got custody of my children back. I'm functioning, go to my meetings. I have my accountability, my work ethic. You can see it through my evaluations. I've done everything that I could to ensure that this is how,
don't know how to put that. I've done everything I could. You know, I'm doing everything I can. Anything I can improve on, I'm gladly doing. You know, I no longer hang around the same people. I no longer hang around the same areas. You know, I'm just ready to get back nursing, and I've always been competent in what I did. I'm not being boastful, but I'm a very studious person. Thoroughly enjoyed nursing school. I thoroughly enjoyed being taught anything, learning something. You know, that's why I said I would gladly agree to continue in education, to get back in the field.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the only other, a few more questions, Ms. Clark, I think we've covered your application fairly well. I did want to ask again, and forgive me, I'm going back to the gabapentin.
Yes.
I understand that the gabapentin could be prescribed, not saying always, but could be prescribed to help with alcohol withdrawals. And I asked that to ask you, just to make sure, was the gabapentin in any way related to your alcohol use?
Absolutely not. I haven't had any alcohol use.
Okay.
There's been none.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state has no further questions of Ms. Clark. Tender the witness for the board panel.
All right, thank you, counsel. Do any of the board panel members have questions for Ms. Clark?
Hey,
Ms. Clark. Sorry, I have a question. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Hey, Ms. Clark, this is Laura Moore. I just wanted to see if you could just briefly tell me just the initial issue that caused you to lose your license. You'd said that you took a medication that was not prescribed to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me, was this something that was a pattern for you or a one-time thing, or can you kind of give me a little more insight?
On my way into work that morning, I was almost involved in an accident. And when I got to work, I was anxious. I was upset. All I could think about was my kids. You know, you could tell the nerves were there. That was nothing related to alcohol. I didn't drink. I don't drink and go to work. This was strictly from the accident that almost occurred right less than 2 miles from work. As I was coming into the building and giving a report with the night shift nurse, I mentioned it. And she could tell that my anxiety was, you know, I was a little anxious about it. And that's when she told me she had it in the car and I made the wrong decision and I took it. I was forthcoming with my DON, telling her that I did take it. And, you know, like I said, I made the wrong decision. That's something even I tell my family not to do. You never take a medication that's not prescribed to you. So no, that was a one time, you know.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My next question is, since you've not been working as a nurse since your recovery, how do you feel you would handle if you were working in a facility where you were able to obtain for the patients, but nonetheless able to obtain any type of controlled substance or narcotic? Do you feel that you could handle that temptation, pressure?
I do. I don't feel like it would be a pressure. It's different when it's for the patients. You know, it's not, I wouldn't say it's different. It's just that temptation is not there for me. You know, it never has been.
Had you ever diverted medication from a facility that you were employed or from a patient?
No, ma'am. No, I had not.
There was, I know that you said alcohol was your drug of choice. Was there ever a time in your life that you had issues with other substances?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Nothing
You're
further.
welcome. You're welcome.
Mr. Wiggins, it's Ms. Culpepper. I just have 2 questions, if you don't mind, Ms. Clark.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Ms. Clark, what things have you learned through your sobriety in your meetings are beneficial to help you avoid the use of alcohol or needing to feel like you need to take something for some relief related
Right.
to some of the things I've seen, such as anxiety, PTSD. What
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
doing to curb that?
Well, my outlet is different now. By starting my recovery self-help meetings, it's a group of steps that teach you not only how to deal with alcoholism, but it's any problem in general, how you work through the problem, you address the problem, and then my relationship with God, obviously, I was baptized again on June 6th, that has been restored, so I have a total different way of handling things. I no longer feel like I have to escape or, I have the tools I need now. I have the proper friends around me, the proper, support system around me. If accountability would be a big thing too.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Self-care is very important. And
Yes.
that's why I asked that question of you. The other question, and the only other question I have for you, if you were to be able to go back to nursing, based on your work experience, I see that you supervised quite a bit in your history. What
Yes.
area of nursing is it that you want to proceed with if you're allowed to go back into the workforce?
What area would I want to proceed with? The area that I enjoyed most, I don't know, I know that's not the question, would be the burn nursing. I'm not in a position to where I could go back to burns right now because of my home life. I'm a single mom. I can't go and work out of town. So right now it would be hospital, just generalized hospital, eventually moving to the ER.
And based on that answer, if asked to supervise or lead, would you feel comfortable in that position? Or
Supervising straight, the first job I walk into? Is that what you're asking? I apologize.
yes, ma'am, if you're offered a supervisory position, do you feel comfortable in taking the lead on that?
Not straight. I wouldn't want to get into that right out of, say, everything, the first job I got into being a supervisor role. And it's only for reasons of, with the COVID restrictions and things, some things have changed. I feel confident in my leadership ability, especially to lead and guide a group of professionals. I feel confident in that. But the like I said, the COVID restrictions, the just having gone from nursing, caring for people, to working at a retail store, which I do still work with public. So, but I would probably not take the first job as a supervisor job. It's not something I would try for, simply because there's no need to rush that.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. And just to follow up on that, that's what I was curious about, because it seems to be that your area of expertise in nursing is leading.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Any further questions from the board panel? Hearing none, is there any redirect, council?
Nothing further from the state.
All right, thank you. Well, at this time, you can go forward with your case.
Okay. The state would heed the application and materials that Ms. Clark has provided this board panel for the review. I would like to provide just some closing remarks, that when the board panel does deliberate in this matter, that certainly keep in mind that Ms. Clark does carry the burden to show that indeed there's been sufficient evidence to establish rehabilitative efforts, sufficient evidence to establish competency, and sufficient evidence to ensure that Ms. Clark is safe to practice, as that is the primary mission and duty of this board. And so with that, the state would defer to the panel as to any recommendations, although you did hear Ms. Clark state that she would be willing to do anything asked of her that the panel devised. And Ms. Clark has, for the record, submitted a complete restoration application. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, is there anything further you'd like to share with the board?
One thing I want to say is that this has been a life learning experience, and given the opportunity to go back and do and nurse, you know, this time I won't take my responsibilities lightly. You know, if given the opportunity, things will be a lot different. I won't take it for granted.
All right, thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you, Ms. Thompson-May. At this time, with the parties having given their closing statements, I will now entertain a motion for the board panel to enter closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary in this matter.
I will make that motion.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. I'll now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R877556.
I will make that motion.
I will second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R877556. Ms. Clark, you are welcome to remain on the line as the board conducts its deliberation.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Wiggins?
Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I will make that motion.
I will second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries unanimously. We are now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R877556, after hearing clear and convincing testimony and the admission of evidence, the board panel renders the following: reinstatement with stipulations, $500 fine, probation, drug screens for the entire 42-month probation period, courses to include medication administration, legal aspects, ethics, understanding substance abuse in nursing. There will be an additional 20 hours of CEUs required. Employer reports are required. The maximum number of hours, 88. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 2 to 4 weeks. Barring any questions, Ms. Clark, we thank you for your appearance and you are excused.
Thank you.
There's-
Can you hear me?
Amanda
We can,
Penn.
Mr. Wiggins.
Amanda Penn is on that. Fire that.
What's the next matter?
Do we need to go on, and since we're not doing anything with Collins, we don't have to address it, correct? But
Right.
we do have to address Mangina, right?
Was that a ASP?
Yes.
I don't think we've usually done those on the record in the past.
So then the only thing we have left are the Spencer and Penn, and those are the no-shows, right?
And Sandra, this is Wesley. Amanda Penn has appeared for her hearing today. So I am prepared to go forward with Ms. Penn. She is currently on the line.
Okay, so do y'all want to go with that one next? But Wesley, we don't have anything for her. I'm not sure if TJ and Laura have their emails yet on her, but there's nothing here for us.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. I will communicate with our staff and we'll get that to you very quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Sandra, I have mine in an email.
Well, yeah, I think I'm going to cancel that DMV.
Yeah. Laura, I have mine as well.
I just may go to Pearl and walk in.
And we're gonna mute here at the board until the board panel gets their packets for this in.
And Sandra, if you'll just let me know, I believe you all are muted. Just let me know as soon as y'all have received the copies for Ms. Penn, and we can proceed.
Yes, it's on in. Yeah.
Also, Edward, I heard confirmations from Laura and TJ that they have the digital copies. Do you also have the exhibits for Amanda Penn?
I do.
Very good. I do anticipate a preliminary matter in this case.
Okay. Just let me know when we're ready to get started.
Ms. Penn, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The state is ready. Ms. Penn, are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready.
All right, thank you. The next matter before the board panel is license number R872807. Council, you mentioned there were some preliminary matters. You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Wiggins, thank you. I have communicated this morning with Ms. Penn, who has appeared virtually for her hearing before the Mississippi Board of Nursing. In communicating with Ms. Penn, she has informed me that she wishes to enter an answer to the complaint charged against her license. As such, if appropriate, Mr. Wiggins, I would offer to save the panel time to read the charges from the complaint myself, as they are a bit lengthy.
If the panel has no objection, I'm okay with that.
Okay, permission to proceed.
I'm sorry, you may. I think I hit the wrong button. You may proceed.
Thank you. On June 22nd, 2021, the Board of Nursing issued a notice of hearing and complaint regarding the licensure of Amanda Penn, license number R872807 in case number 2017-5890. In that complaint, it is charged that the respondent, Ms. Penn, violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-1529-1G, in that she falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records. Charge number 2, that respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-1529-1C, in that she negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under her care. Specifically, regarding both charges, while working at Baptist Medical Center in Jackson, Mississippi, on or about July 2nd, 2017, respondent was assigned to provide care for patients 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for a 12-hour shift, 7A to 7P. Patients 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 had medical orders for strict input and output, INO, every 8 hours daily, and obtained vital signs every 4 hours daily. Respondent failed to obtain and or document strict input and output for patients 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 on 7/2/2017. Respondent failed to obtain and or document vital signs every 4 hours for patients 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 on 7/2/17. Respondent failed to follow facility policy by failing to perform rounding and or document rounding for all patients every odd hour on 7/2/17. Respondent falsely documented rounding for patient 3 at 1100, 1300, and 1700 hours on 7/2/17. Respondent documented the following as care she provided during the 12-hour shift on 7/2/17 for patients 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Patient 1, diagnosis of hypoglycemia and stage renal disease. Assessment as occurring at 0900, no rounding, no input and output, vital signs at 1835 hours, blood pressure, temperature, and pulse documented at 1849 hours. Patient 2, diagnosis gastric outlet obstruction, upper gastrointestinal bleeding, intractable vomiting. Assessment occurring at 0900 hours, no rounding documented, no INO documented, vital signs at 1825 hours, blood pressure and pulse documented at 1848 hours. Patient 4, diagnosis sacral decubitus sepsis. Assessment documented as occurring at 1100 hours, rounding occurring at 1700 hours, no documentation for input and output, vital signs documented as occurring at 1815 hours of blood pressure and pulse, documented at 1849 hours. Patient 5, leukocytosis and pleural effusion, forgive my pronunciation, ascites. Assessment occurring documented at 0900 hours, no documentation of rounding, no documentation of input and output, vital signs documented at 1847 hours, blood pressure and oxygen level. And lastly, patient 6, diagnosis of diabetic ketoacidosis. Assessment as occurring at 0900 hours, rounding, no documentation, input and output, no documentation. Vital signs as occurring at 1753 hours of blood pressure, pulse, and temperature, and documented at 184600 hours. The facility terminated respondent's employment on or about July 14, 2017 for falsification of record and careless or negligent performance of job duties. In her statement to the board dated July 14, 2017, respondent admitted to providing inadequate care and falsifying rounding times for patient 3 on 7/2/2017. And that concludes the charges in the complaint.
Thank you, Mr. Mutzsteiger. Is the licensee present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please state your name.
Amanda Penn,
And what is your address, Ms. Penn?
130 Fairfield Circle, Madison, Mississippi, 39110.
All right. Before we go any further, I'll ask that Ms. Penn be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ms. Penn, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir, I'm not.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony today that you voluntarily and freely wish to proceed with these hearings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed with your statement to the board.
Is this my testimony to the board?
Yes, ma'am. How do you respond to the charges?
I respond, I'm guilty. Do I need
Anything further you'd like to share?
I can go back to July 2nd, 2017, what the charges were, and I am guilty of those. I can remember that shift. I managed to let myself get way behind due to an admission that came from the emergency room. That did take a lot of my at morning time. She had multiple wounds, nonverbal, a lot of diarrhea, things like that, that I was in with that patient for a long time. Unfortunately, I did not, was not able and did not provide the care that the patients deserved and needed that day. It was very uncharacteristic of me. I take my job very seriously. I enjoy nursing. It's the only thing I could imagine me doing in life. I did not document throughout the shift, which caused me at the end of the shift to try to get everything in all at one time very quickly. And doing that, I did not document the correct times. I left out essential things that should have been in the documentation. And I'm, as again, that's not very characteristic of my nursing. When I have admitted on July 14th, when I met with my nurse manager and the clinical director of my wrongdoings, that I knew that I had done this. And also on July 14th, went to the Board of Nursing and self-reported myself. It has changed the way that I look, and I've been using this experience and this unfortunate experience to help mentor new nurses and make sure that we all have support, where nurses don't get into situations like this. Since that day, I have been working at University Medical Center on a med-surg floor for Weiser. During those 4 years, I have been a mentor to nurses. I have been promoted to day shift charge nurse. I keep very good communication with staff and have strong support from management and keep good communication with them in hopes that no one else has to ever experience the letdown of not doing your job to your fullest.
All right, thank you, Ms. Penn. Mr. Moosiger, do you have any questions for Ms. Penn?
Yes, Mr. Wiggins, I do have a few questions. And also, if appropriate at this time, I would move that exhibits B1 through B17 be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Penn, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Mr.
You may
Wiggins.
proceed, Mr. Moosiger.
So good morning, Ms. Penn. Thank you for appearing today for your hearing. And you have pled guilty and admitted to the charges in the complaint that I read previously. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Penn, when this incident occurred, how long had you been employed at that facility?
For a little over, well, I'd been, prior to that, I'd been inside the Baptist Medical Center, but I worked in the restorative care hospital before Select Specialty bought it out. When they shut that down, I moved to the floor 6A with my manager, and I believe I had been on that floor for a year or close to a year.
Close to a year. So, and you had been employed with Baptist since approximately 2015. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, and so working on that floor for a year. So you were not new to this floor.
No, I was not.
And you were in fact assigned a 12-hour shift on that that date in question, July 2nd. Is that accurate?
Yes,
With 6 patients, the diagnoses that I recited earlier, you were the care provider, the caregiver for those 6 patients. Is that accurate?
yes,
Okay. And in your statement to the Board of Nursing, did you in fact write that you failed to provide adequate care during that shift?
I did.
Okay, and so you readily admit that you did not meet the standard of nursing to which you are charged to uphold.
Yes.
And Ms. Penn, I would also ask what additional explanation you have, if any, for failing to meet that standard.
I should have never failed that standard. I want to start with that. That's not, I should not have. I do say that the shift, and it seemed in the weeks prior to that, the shifts before that, they had become very difficult sometimes to handle some of the patient loads. There was no support system. There was no free charge nurse or anybody to assist you if you did get behind on some of your patients. So it was all on, the primary nurse, which it should be, but unfortunately, there was not anybody to help come in and back up if you were behind or having problems, with your time management.
And I do think that's very important to note, Ms. Penn, because one thing that I noticed when looking at the documentation is that nowhere within the statement provided to the board or the statement provided to the facility or the facility notes is there any evidence that you even made a request for assistance on this evening. Why is that?
There was, to my memory, there was no one that I was able to request. The other nurses on the floor were busy with their own, 6 patients. The charge nurse had 4 patients. The nurse manager was rarely present on the floor at that time. And of course, me being an experienced nurse, thought that I was, good enough to handle it without support, which I have learned from this experience that you can be a nurse for 50 years and you will at times always need to request help.
Okay, and so it's fair to say that you assumed assistance was not available and you did not request assistance.
Correct.
Okay. You stated that you began charting, or rather that you failed to chart as care was provided during the shifts. If you would, please take a look at Exhibit B7.
Okay.
Oh, forgive me, Ms. Penn. That's Exhibit B6. Please take a look with Exhibit B6 and let me know when you have reached it.
I've reached it.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that Exhibit B6 contains a detailed description of the events that occurred July 2nd, 2017?
Yes.
Would you agree that that is an accurate description of the care that you provided to your 6 patients?
I agree with everything on there except for this statement that the family member said nobody had been in the room since 12 noon. I believe that to be incorrect. I did go in, I know before the end of the shift with the patient, along with the nursing assistant.
Okay. And for that patient 3, is it accurate that you documented performing rounding for that patient at 3 separate times when in fact you didn't even enter the room during those times?
Yes, I did. And that was very incorrect. I think I was just, as I tell myself and I instruct others to never do what I call habit charting. And that's just being in the habit of putting the things in the chart when you get complacent or just, it's not a good thing to do. And I believe that's what I was doing at the end of the shift, trying to get.
So to be clear on this, Ms. Penn, when you documented that you in fact rounded on patient 3 at these 3 times, did you document knowing that you hadn't seen the patient?
Had not seen the patient at those times, but I believe in my documentation and in the hastiness, I was putting in the documentation at that time. I was not thinking clearly. I was just trying to get my documentation in at the end of the shift and did it incorrectly and false.
So it'd be fair to say you really aren't sure what you documented.
At that time, today being 4 years later, I can't accurately say what my mind was doing, but I know how I am, and I think that I was just trying to put things in the chart.
Okay, well, that's what I'm going off of is actually your testimony, wherein you stated, Ms. Penn, that you were habit charting, that as you just stated, you don't know where your mind was. You were just trying to get something down on paper. And so I think it's very concerning if you knowingly are falsifying documentation as opposed to simply mistakenly documenting care. So just 1 or 2 more questions, Ms. Penn. Do you understand the importance of medical documentation?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, what is the importance of timely documenting and just documenting the care that you provide?
Because if it's not documented, you did not do it. It's what we tell ourselves every day.
And so what danger did you put these 6 patients in for the next shift nurse?
I did not, during the reports, probably was not able to give clear pictures of the patients. Unfortunately, we did not, me and the oncoming nurse, I remember, we did not do bedside rounding. I think she came in and had the patients previously the night before, and I gave updates of what I could update her on. And that was, it did put the patients that were in my care, they did not get that care that they deserved and needed from me on that shift.
And in fact, the vital signs order being every 4 hours, would they not indicate a change in status of a patient, or perhaps that further medical attention could be needed?
Yes, they could.
And
Okay.
you failed to obtain those vital signs, therefore you were unable to report any change in medical condition if existing. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, in Exhibit B7, is there also a policy in place by Baptist Health Systems regarding rounding?
Yes, there is.
And does it not state that RNs are to round every odd hour?
Yes,
And did you round every odd hour for your patients on this night, Ms. Penn?
no, I didn't. I don't believe that I did. I know that some were not documented. I know that they did video, and kind of to see when I was going in and out of the rooms, which were not correct with the times that I did document. Again, there's no excuses that I could give for that shift other than I did spend a lot of time with one particular patient that was not doing very well, the admission I had received at the beginning of my shift. And that took a lot of my time on rounding on the other patients away.
But unfortunately, you didn't communicate the time commitment required by that patient to anyone for assistance, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And again, only just a couple more questions, Ms. Penn. In your statement, or rather the facility report provided by, I believe it's Ms. Terry Diffie, that is, bear with me one moment while I attempt to locate that. Okay, I'm looking at, this is going to be Exhibit B8. Please let me know when you have Exhibit B8 before you.
Okay.
All right. Is that, yes, you do have it before you?
I have it before me now.
Okay, thank you. Is it accurate that you were terminated for falsification of record and careless or negligent performance of job duties?
Yes.
Okay. And then in examining the, looks to be the third page of Exhibit B8, there's a written narrative by Ms. Terry Diffie, the nursing director.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, or of note rather, I would draw your attention to this passage. This will be in the very bottom portion of the first paragraph, wherein Ms. Diffie states, we, referring to you, Ms. Diffie, and Ms. Tanya Bennett Green, the nurse manager, in a discussion. We also discussed that she had not taken vital signs on any of her patients until after 1800, that her initial assessments were not documented until late evening, and that she had only documented one entry for a 12-hour shift on 5 of 6 patients. When asked if she had an explanation, she said, no, I wish I hadn't documented anything. Now, what do you mean by that statement, Ms. Penn? Because to me, that does not sound like a statement of someone who understands the importance of medical documentation.
That statement was made because of the discussion with Ms. Diffie on the entries that were entered, the rounds that were entered at times where I did not enter the room. She had mentioned, she's like, it would have been much, had been better if you had just not documented anything instead of putting entries in. And that's where that sounds, when I read that, the way that it was written there, it did sound horrible. Like I would never just say, oh, I shouldn't have documented. That response was from a discussion that she had said that it would have been better on me and in the situation if I had just not documented anything instead of
meaning for the not documenting for the care that you did not provide.
Right, on the rounds and everything I documented that were not correct, that were false. I should not have put that. Okay. It would have been better on me if I had just not put them in there. That's okay. Where that bit came from.
So lastly, Ms. Penn, you stated that you are employed or have been employed with UMMC in the med-surg floor. Are you currently employed there?
I am.
Okay, and how long did you state that you have been employed with UMMC?
4 years since, it's been 4 years this month.
And I believe you testified that you don't have any disciplinary actions at UMMC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, have you provided any documentation to the board to that effect?
I did not.
And in fact, you were well aware of this hearing in advance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also can confirm that you received email communications requesting your production of exhibits if you had any,
I did.
and you have failed to provide any evidence of that which you speak of regarding employer evaluations for employment at UMMC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we have only your word.
That's correct.
Do you wish to continue practicing nursing, Ms. Penn?
I do.
And if the board saw fit not to revoke your license today and instead place you on a period of probation or institute some other form of disciplinary action, would you comply with the board's order?
I would, definitely.
Would you submit to quarterly employee reports?
Yes.
Would you complete educational courses if requested?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Any questions of Ms. Penn from the board panel?
I have a question. Sorry, I was trying to find my camera.
You can go
Yeah.
ahead.
Ms. Penn, this is Laura Moore. Just a quick question. You said that you had been working at the med-surg unit, and you mentioned that you'd received a promotion.
Yes, I've been the day shift charge nurse on my rotation. Mhm.
Okay. As a charge nurse on there, do you still have patients assigned to you, and are you still caring for patients on a daily basis?
I still care on most days when the staffing is good. I am a free charge and I assist the rest of the nurses with all of the patients to make sure that they, get everything done and they don't get behind on anything. And some days I do take patients. I will take a group of patients if we are short a nurse or if one of our nurses gets pulled to another unit to work.
Okay. Do you still have the same ratio there as far as like one nurse per 6 patients?
No, we are one nurse to 5 patients with the free charge. Our nurse manager is very present on our floor, and we have a nurse educator that is on our floor that assists.
Okay. Do you feel like, even in the capacity as a charge nurse, do you feel like you have the ability, or more so that you would make requests for additional assistance if you were in a position like you were before with being overwhelmed with patient load or a high acuity patient?
Yes, definitely. And I work very closely with my nurse manager. We have a very good relationship. Okay. And even if I am free charge, the floor, sometimes the patients, the acuity level is high, the COVID, all of this is going on. We've had days, even when we are adequately staffed, it's a lot going on. So my nurse manager, I will pull the nurse educator out, start IVs. We all work well as a team on the floor I'm currently working on.
Okay. And at UMC or any of your supervisors aware of the complaint against you with the board nursing?
No, I was hired prior to even being terminated from Baptist.
Okay.
But I will, since this hearing, I have been out on medical leave since May 12th. So I have not been working
Okay.
since then.
Do you believe that you would be able to maintain employment at your current facility if you were to disclose this information and any requirements that you were asked to do?
I mean, I can't give a definite answer. I would hope so. I would hope that my 4 years I've been there and the things that I've done and they've seen, that I would not be terminated for this.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board panel?
This, yeah,
Mhm.
this is Ms. Johnson. Was there another nurse there giving medication during that time?
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
Another nurse working with you is like giving medication at night? Can you hear me?
It's really low.
Was there another nurse working with you that night giving medication?
There was other nurses that had their assigned patients they were administering medications to.
Same patients that you had?
Are you, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are you talking about like the night shift?
Did you have another nurse giving medications to those patients that was assigned to you?
No, not that I can remember. They were my administered medications.
And how long you been a nurse?
Since 2005.
You didn't think to ask for no help?
At that time in the floor that I worked on, I was not the only nurse that was busy. We all were. And I had, in the environment I was in, I felt like there was nobody to ask for help. Which I've learned from now on that was a mistake, that I could have made the situation better if I had, even attempted to try to find help with my patients on that shift.
No further questions.
Any additional questions from the board panel?
I have a quick question just to make sure. Is this the first incident where you've ever been terminated from a facility or disciplined from a facility as a nurse?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the board panel? Mr. Bootsager, anything in addition based on those questions?
No, Mr. Wiggins, thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, Ms. Penn, if you'd like to make a closing statement to the board, you can now.
Okay. July 2nd, 2017 was not a good day for me. I feel like I let down my patients. I let down my coworkers. I let down the nursing profession, and I definitely let myself down. I had to learn a lesson that it only takes one bad day and one bad decision to ruin your reputation. That you work so hard, especially nursing. It's a lifeline to me. I cannot imagine doing anything else. happy now that I am in an environment where I enjoy getting out of my car and walking into work, and I have pride in myself, because this did change the way that I nurse and the way that I am, and I do keep it in my mind every time I document, every time I'm seeing patients, that, it doesn't matter. My day doesn't matter. I've got to put those patients are my priority. I can always sit there and chart after I have made sure that they have got the adequate care. I use this to again help my fellow coworkers, and we do discuss it and the importance of the documentation and the care of the patients. And when I'm free charge, I do everything I can. I work harder when I do not have a patient like myself, because I make sure that I can assist them. Even if they don't ask for help, I can observe they are drowning a little bit, and I can go start their IVs for them. I can, sit in with a patient when they're having blood administrations. I can go pick up any supplies they need. I do everything I can to make their day good, to where they can sit and they can chart properly during the day and enter the correct information, and don't have to worry about getting behind on some of the tasks that are required to make sure these patients get the best care that they can. Again, I love being a nurse, and apologize. I wish I could go back. I would individually teach those patients and say, I'm so sorry. I would never want to be treated like that in the hospital. I would never want my family to not be cared for adequately. I have since then, during this summer, and I wanted to add I saw the in the exhibits, the pharmacy records with the pain medication, and that was from I was diagnosed with breast cancer in May, and I have undergone 3 surgeries since then, mastectomies, and I've recently started chemo. And I told my nurse manager when I spoke with her last week, I was like, that really changed my perspective, because I've never been in the position of having to be a patient and be cared for. And it does make a huge difference in your health when you do have people that are willing to take their time and are willing to explain things that where you feel like you're getting the care that you need. So I know that I believe that will even change my nursing care even more, since I've been through these experiences. That's all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Penn. Mr. Mutzeiger.
Yes, I'll be very brief. It is well established the violations of the nursing practice law that have occurred, both by clear and convincing evidence and by the admission by Ms. Penn. All that is left is determination of an appropriate sanction for the violations. Unfortunately, Ms. Penn has provided us nothing more than testimony today to consider why she alleges she has maintained continued employment without subsequent disciplinary action from an employer. We just don't have the record to see that. It is clear that these patients were inadequately cared for, that documentation was in fact false, and that Ms. Penn, by her own admission and lack of documentation, did not, or rather failed to request assistance for the patients in question on July 2nd. I would yield to the board in their discretion of determining an appropriate disciplinary action for these violations. I would ask that the board consider all evidence and make a decision that is within the best interest of the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mutzeiger. I understand we have at least one more item on the docket for today. Do you want to go ahead and take that one up? and deliberate on the two together?
Is that question directed to me, Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Musaka. Yes.
Yes, that'll be just fine.
Okay, well, I guess when you're ready, we can go ahead and begin on the next one.
Okay. The
Ms.
remaining,
Penn, I'm sorry, Ms. Penn, just for your information, we do have another matter we need to take up. And what we're going to do is have that matter presented, and then we'll be able to deliberate on your matter as well as that one once the board exits for executive session. So when you're ready, Mr. Mutiger.
thank you. And can you confirm whether Floyd Wiley, the bailiff, is present in the courtroom?
Mr. Mutiger,
Boardroom.
he is, however, we do not have any of the documentation for this one.
For Tim Spencer?
That is correct.
Okay. Again, I'll communicate with staff to ensure that that's received. So if you all bear with me one moment.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir.
Am I correct that Ms. Neal has delivered Mr. Spencer's exhibits?
We have.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The next matter before the board panel, license number P324288. Mr. Mutiger, any preliminary matters on this one?
There are, Mr. Wiggins, and for that, I would call Mr. Floyd Wiley.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley.
And in what capacity, Mr. Wiley, are you here today?
As bailiff.
And have you made a determination as bailiff of whether Mr. Tim Spencer is present and available for his hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called his name 5 times with no response. I went to the back of the building, called his name 5 times with no response.
I checked the respondent sign-in sheet, it's not signed in. I checked the visitor's log, he is not signed in. I checked the participant log to see if he was signed in on the Zoom, and he is not a participant on the Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. I would like to direct your attention to Exhibit B2. However, before I do that, can you confirm that you have copies of the state's exhibits before you?
We did.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiley. So I would ask you to turn to please Exhibit B2, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify Exhibit B2 for the record?
B2 is the computer printout of the licensure of Tim Spencer.
And on this exhibit, is there a primary address indicated for Mr. Spencer?
Yes, it is. It's 864 Ty Plant Road, Grenada, Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Next, I would direct your attention to Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B5?
It's the notice of today's hearing and the complaint.
Okay. And examining that first page of Exhibit B5, can you confirm that the name and address do in fact match that information as contained in Exhibit B2 you just read into the record?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Thank you. Next, would you please identify at what time and location Mr. Spencer is directed to appear for his hearing?
This notice to appear virtually on today's date, Thursday, July the 22nd, 2021 at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Next, please, if you would, direct your attention to the final page of Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record this final attachment of Exhibit B5?
It's a USPS tracking document.
Thank you. In examining this document, Mr. Wiley, can you confirm that there's a tracking number on this document?
Yes, it is.
And can you further confirm that the tracking number on this document does in fact match the certified mail number on the front page of Exhibit B5, the notice of hearing?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Excellent, thank you. Now, Mr. Wiley, is there a status indicated on the USPS tracking document?
Yes, it is. Yes.
What? Please continue, Mr. Wiley. What is that status?
It is marked delivered leopard individual on June 30th, 2021 at 12:38 p.m. Grenada, Mississippi.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Wiley. At this time, the state would move to proceed with this matter as we have established that all statutory requirements for notice have been met.
You may proceed.
Thank you. The state would ask that exhibits B1 through B13 be admitted into evidence.
They are admitted.
Thank you. The state would rest on its pleadings.
Thank you, Mr. Newtziger. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the board to enter a closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary regarding these matters.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to enter executive session regarding license number R872 2807 and license number P324288.
I make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on these two matters. We will plan to be back to render those decisions at 12:40. Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
you're in the board, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make a motion to return to regular session.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. We are back in regular session. Is Ms. Penn still on?
I am.
Okay. All right. Following deliberation with the board panel, and after hearing clear and convincing evidence and testimony, the board renders the following. On license number P324288, it is revoked. On license number R872807, the board renders the following discipline: a fine of $500, public reprimand. The licensee will be subject to educational courses to be completed within 90 days. There are also employer quarterly reports for the next 12 months. A copy of these orders will be forwarded to the licensees within 2 to 4 weeks. Absent any questions, Ms. Penn, you are excused.
Thank you.
Is there any other business coming before the board panel today? Hearing none, we will adjourn for the day.
Thank you all.
Thank
Hold
you
on,
all.
you guys. Did we address, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, Mr. Spencer was P324288, and that one was revoked.
Thank you. That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Any further business before the board panel?
No.
Thank you, everyone. We stand adjourned.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.